how she hopes her story will help others. Plus, The Right Stuff, a look at how students are using AI to craft their college essays.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic.
But does it help or hurt their chances of getting in? We'll put it to the test. And up for auction, from Indy's whip to C-3PO's head.
I'm backwards, you sleeping furball. Suddenly an overgrown mophead like you would be stupid enough.
To Leo's Titanic outfit, a look at the movie memorabilia set to bring in some big bucks. Today, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023.
Checking off Mom's bucket list with the trip to the Today Show from Healdsburg, California for my 70th birthday.
Celebrating our 50th anniversary from Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
From Nashville. Today is my 27th birthday. Visiting the Today Show on fall break.
From Raleigh, North Carolina.
Visiting from Los Angeles.
Hi to our kids. Watching in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
From Bloomington, Illinois.
On our 25th anniversary trip.
From Richmond, Kentucky.
It's our first time in New York.
On a girls' trip.
Marion, Kentucky. Celebrate Grandma.
Kids are free.
We are back. It's 8:13, Pink Power Today, our special series for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And this morning, our beloved friend Jill is here. She's alongside her surgeon, Dr. Lisa Port. She is the head of breast cancer surgery at Mount Sinai Hospital.
And Jill, you've done something remarkable, I have to say. I don't think I've seen it before. You made the choice to work through all of your treatment. And you've done it kind of in this way because you want people to get a look at what this is really like.
Yeah. I'm like out of tears. So yeah, it's a disconnect because I look like me and I see what people see and I sound like me, but it's been hard. But as you said, as difficult as it has been, it was so important for me to document this journey while fighting in real time. This has been hell for me and my family for the past 2.5 months. But it could have been prevented. And so my goal is to make everyone aware of early detection for women and men, so no other family has to endure what mine is going through. This is my story so far. I can't believe this is my movie. Like, I'm still in shock. I'm grieving as I'm healing and as I'm fighting. I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. After my mastectomy, they told me that I needed chemotherapy, that it was in my lymph nodes. Cancer will take whatever you let it. It will take your soul, it'll take your hair, and that might seem small to you, but it's not. Cancer wants everything. It feels like it was important for me to tell my story in real time because I knew that if I told it at the beginning, people would go get tested. It's a rainy day, but this is the happy part of my day. You want to keep as much of your routine as possible. When I walk into the studio, I feel loved, I feel safe. The Today family is like my family.
My Wednesday warrior today.
It feels like home to me. Everyone knows what I'm going through, and everyone's amazing. You think I'm gonna let cancer take away something else I love to do? Then everybody loves a good deal. Jill steals and deals. When I look in the mirror at the show, I can forget for a second. And I think people are like, oh, you know, your surgery's done, like, you're good. So I'm numbing the port, and this is just so the needle later doesn't hurt as much. I leave the show, and then I'm back in reality, and I'm fighting for my life. I feel like I am a shell of myself, at least for me. It's not the movie that you picture. It's not throwing up in the bathroom. I sleep all day for 5 days. Chemo has something called the red devil that I'm getting. That's what they need to fight cancer. Chemo's my friend, fighting against this horrible disease. Today is my 4th chemo treatment. We're done with the red devil. Yay. That deserves a high five. Cold capping is a huge one. They freeze the follicles, so it allows you to keep your hair during chemotherapy. For me, my hair's always been something that makes me feel like myself. This part doesn't hurt. It looks scarier than it is. I look in the mirror, my body's like not my body anymore. I just had a mastectomy like 6 weeks ago, you know? So I'm in physical therapy for that and trying to get my like range of motion back. Breathe out. A year ago, September 10th, I was married. I felt so beautiful that night, and I felt so happy, and I enjoyed every pig in a blanket. But I can't help but think, like, I had cancer there. And if I had caught it then, would I not have needed all of this? My mom said something to me that really resonated. She sends quotes every morning. A strong woman is not the one who doesn't cry. A strong woman is the one who cries and sheds
tears for a moment and then gets up and fights again. And that's what you do. Love you.
This minute, we're in a fight for my life. I will own forever that I had this and that I fought it and that I beat it, because I'll beat it.
Jill.
Yes, you are. Hi, Jill.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
You know we want to hug you. But part of your chemo is
It's like you can't go in public places. I come into
we
work
have
and
to
I
be so careful with you. But you know,
Deep breath. Deep breath.
deep
One
breath.
yeah,
You don't have to be
anything.
perfect. You don't have
Yeah.
to show the world, oh, it's not. It's this is real. This is what's really going on.
Yeah, and I want to use this time properly because this could have been avoided, okay, through genetic testing. And I, again, for people who didn't know, my grandmother, we lost her to breast cancer. My mother is a 25-year breast cancer survivor. Only badass people get cancer.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You needed to deal with this. And if I had known, it's on my father's side, doesn't run in my father's family. And if I had known, this could have been prevented. And so I could have taken steps. And so that's one main message I want to make sure I get out, and we'll talk about that. The other main message I want to say is I have had so many, our viewers are just so powerful, is that everyone's either going through this or has someone going through this. And what I want to say is, don't be scared to go get that test. Don't not get your mammogram. Don't put it off. The alternative is worse. Get the information, use it for your power, and you take the power into your own hands so that you can take steps. I just want the information out there.
You know what? I think you did that. You have done that. People know. I think what I'm marveling at in this moment is I see you walk in the studio. I see you walk in saying hi to everybody, just like the old Jill, carrying what you're carrying. And I know that you get strength from your family because I know they adore you. But will you explain what that's like to have these two strange worlds that you're carrying on?
It's interesting. We talk about that all the time because, like, I know, like, what you see. Like, I see myself, too, in the jumpsuit with the hair, but, like, the cold capping works, you know, but it's not foolproof. I've lost about 30%, you know, and so, you know, that's odd for me to look in the mirror. I have to say it's harder. I'm happy it's me and not my husband and not my parents because I can't imagine watching someone go through this. But the two are confusing. There's a disconnect. And so the non-treatment weeks, I could get my mojo going. I could look at myself and I can come to work. But the treatment weeks are effing hell. And anyone who's fighting breast cancer, and you've done it, I mean, it's nothing but. And that's why Dr. Port's here. I want to leave this with hope and advancements in the technology so that you can live through chemotherapy and treatment if you need it.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm so proud of her. And I echo what Jill said in the sense that don't kid yourself. She looks amazing. She pulls it all together, but it is really hard to go through chemo. You know, early detection, early diagnosis is key and gives you the best chance of survival and also the best chance of survival doing less. There is no one size fits all, and that's the huge advancement. Not everyone needs chemotherapy, but when you do, it certainly works.
This conversation is going to be continued, guys, in our third hour. But Jill, wow, you're something special. We knew that before, but wow, we know it tenfold now. We love you. We love you. We love you. We want to hug you so bad. We love you.
Thank you for letting me share this.
All right.
There's no question that you are helping people, and there are people who are going to call today and get their mammogram, or they're going to get that genetic testing. They are, because you have the courage to be here, and I know it's not easy. So thank you, Jill. Thank you, Dr. Port, as always.
Last time of the morning while Carson's doing the voice.
Yes.
Pop start.
All right, we're going to start with Priscilla today. Wait until you see this. It's a new trailer. It's out for Sofia Coppola's upcoming biopic. Actress Kaylee Spaney plays the wife of Elvis Presley, and Euphoria star Jacob Elordi embodies the king himself. Look at this.
You intend here, Mr. Presley? You got women throwing themselves at you. Why my daughter?
Well, sir, I happen to be very fond of your daughter. She's much more mature than her age.
21!
22. That's 22. You don't have to worry about it. Black hair and more eye makeup.
I don't know if I like it.
I mean, this is a story a lot of us don't know.
Yeah.
You know, to say Priscilla's life changed significantly is an understatement. So Priscilla, which premiered at the Venice Film Festival last month, hits theaters everywhere November 3rd. And ahead of the premiere, we'll be sitting down with the cast right here in Studio 1A. You won't want to miss that one. All right, next up, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. This one's for
Come
you.
on out.
For this one, we're going to start by throwing it all back way to the 60s.
Strong jaws. Well, it's a very effective defense mechanism. But turtles, in one form or another, have come down through the ages for over 100 million years.
Okay, so if you can believe it, it has been 6 decades since hosts Marlon Perkins and Jim Fowler first introduced the world to the importance of wildlife conservation with a little help from their animal pals. And now, Wild Kingdom is heading back to NBC. The program returns with wildlife expert Peter Gross and ecologist Dr. Raywyn Grant. We have a special sneak peek at the first episode set in the Mojave Desert to revisit the tortoise currently threatened by the raven population.
Desert tortoise means training ravens to leave them alone. And nothing is more effective than a laser.
Count us
3,
down.
2, 1, fire. We've got radios on 20 of these ravens, so we're going to see the effect of zapping them with a laser on their movements. So watch what happens. Boom! Wow.
Oh, that's dramatic.
That is the moment of laser firing.
The whole goal, or at least part of the goal, is to remind all of us to take care of this precious world that we live in, this country. You can catch the Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, Protecting the Wild, weekend mornings on NBC. Just check your local listings. And finally, Hollywood Auction. Thanks to an auction slated to start next month, you can score some iconic costumes and set pieces. They're up for sale at London's Prop Store Entertainment Memorabilia live auction, including this light-up C-3PO head from the 1977 Star Wars movie, A New Hope. You want that in your living room?
Savannah's already bidding on it. She does, yes.
Or maybe you're more interested in cracking Indy's iconic whip. In the 1984 Temple of Doom prop is expected to rake in somewhere between $120,000 to $240,000. Wow. And what about this one? You can actually dress up like Leonardo DiCaprio and do your best, I'm the king of the world. His Jack Dawson costume from Titanic is also on the market, and all of it just in time for holiday shopping. That auction will run from November 9th to the 12th.
All right. Thank you, Chanel. Straight ahead, products to help you rest, relax, and rejuvenate. But first, a check of your local news and weather. And we're back with our special AI Revolution series.
Yeah, for tens of thousands of students, the first round of deadlines for college applications is fast approaching. I just got nervous. Guys, artificial intelligence is a big issue on the minds of a lot of folks.
It is. NBC's Savannah Sellers is here taking a closer look at all of it. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, talk about nervous. I wrote an essay for this, as you will see, so we could kind of simulate what this would look like. So AI seems to be everywhere, and many students now rely on it. In just one survey of 1,000 students, nearly half said they're using AI already in their schoolwork. So how does that impact the all-important college essay? Here's what we found.
ChatGPT, Bard, and Bing all offer free AI that can generate a college application essay in seconds, and it's sparking a growing debate. Are these apps giving students a helpful leg up or an outright way to cheat? With so much gray area, we tested them out ourselves.
I went back to school and I wrote a college admissions essay. I used one of the prompts from the Common App that asks you to describe a challenge or a setback and how you overcame it. What I decided to talk about was the anxiety disorder that I had when I was in high school. Now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to ask it to write me a college essay using this prompt and giving it a couple of the details about myself. All I've told it so far is the prompt, and it's already writing an entire essay.
There are noticeable differences between the two. My essay sounds a little more casual and personal. I wrote, I worried constantly about saying the right thing to my peers, all people I perceived to be much cooler than me. I didn't want to get out of the car several days a week when it was time for my dad to drop me off. The ChatGPT version, more formal. It all started during my early teenage years when I began experiencing severe anxiety about attending school. Each morning, the simple act of stepping onto the school bus or walking through the school doors filled me with a paralyzing dread. But to really put it to the test, I brought both versions to the University of Maryland. Shannon Gundy has spent over 30 years in college admissions.
I think it's pretty obvious. There is a humanity in the essay that you wrote that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in the AI essay.
So for you, this would pretty quickly make you feel that the student had not actually taken the assignment in the proper way.
Absolutely. We get the same information, but I don't care about the person behind it.
Can you point out some things in
Sure.
this essay, the AI one, that just don't sound like a 17 or 18-year-old wrote it?
The sentence that ends the first paragraph. This obstacle not only reshaped my life, but also laid the foundation for my personal growth and success. That's not how students talk.
Gundy says an overly polished essay that doesn't sound like the student won't help gain admission.
It's not going to benefit a student to present a picture of themselves that's inauthentic, that's just not true in some cases, because then you don't land in the right place.
Is using AI in this college admissions process cheating?
I don't think using it is cheating. I think that using it to do your work for you is cheating.
The tools are going to get better, and admissions officers are going to have to figure out ways to police that.
Saul Khan, the founder of one of the country's largest education nonprofits, has created Khanmigo, an AI education tool with a new college admission essay brainstorming feature to help students in a different way.
It won't write the essay for you, but it can give you feedback.
Used correctly, Khan says AI could help kids with fewer resources, like guidance counselors or tutors, improve their essay and democratize the admissions process.
It can brainstorm with you so that you can, to some degree, get the same help that some more affluent kids are already getting and frankly have been getting for decades.
Still, this may mark a new era in college admissions. The question is, are we ready for it?
Are you concerned that you're going to be inundated in the admissions office by essays that look and sound like this AI one, given how widespread the technology is?
I certainly hope not. What I would like in my ideal world is for students to understand that this is an opportunity for them to sort of open the door and allow us a peek inside who they are. We can't do that. If they choose to take advantage of this kind of technology, if they choose not to share that information with us, it's going to hurt them in the process.
So we reached out to the big companies making these AI products. Google says, in part, we see Bard as a collaborative tool and that it can be a useful tool to supplement a student's existing work. Microsoft and OpenAI declined to comment. For now, though, many schools do not have official rules about what does or does not count as cheating when it comes to AI. And as we discussed with both of our interview subjects, there's this huge gray area when it comes to, is this cheating or not? I think the biggest takeaway for me was what she just said there at the end. You might think this feels good because I don't have to write it right now and I'm stressed about my senior year, but it's really not going to help you.
Yeah.
I think you're cheating yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I remember going to some college counseling thing 300 years ago, but they said they're like personal statement should be personal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, those other ones, they were well written, but they sound like a robot.
Yeah.
They don't
Totally.
sound personal.
There's lots of good vocab in there. There's no
Yeah.
grammatical errors, but it doesn't sound like you. It doesn't help them understand the student you need.
Fascinating.
Thank you, Savannah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we are all about Wellness Wednesday. Great picks from Candace Kumai for making your home feel like a spa. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back, guys. It's Wellness Wednesday, and this morning we got a round of products to help you rest, relax, rejuvenate. It sounds so good. Candace Kumai is known as the Golden Girl of Wellness. She's a seven-time best-selling author of books like Clean Green Eats and so many more. Candace, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Okay, you're going to make our home feel like a spa. And it's not so difficult. It's not a difficult time. Let's start with our sheets. What's a nice thing we can do for ourselves?
Amazing. Hoda, relaxation is key. So these are Brooklinen Super Luxe sheets.
Okay.
These are made with Luxe sateen. It's a 480 thread count. They're made with long stem cotton.
Okay.
They're extra soft. And Brooklinen, as we know, is a local Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, spa-like quality when it comes to the bedding. So I say treat yourself. They get softer when you wash them.
Okay, but they feel good right now.
Right, and over time, they get better and better.
One of the first things you do in the morning, you take a shower and you grab a towel. Wouldn't it be nice if they felt like this? Like, what are these?
I love super plush Brooklinen towels. They are made with 100% Turkish cotton. So just like you were saying, I want to hug one right now.
Yes.
So soft and
love
luxurious. And what Brooklinen wanted to do was create something that was spa at home at a really good price. And I say invest in good sheets and good towels because you deserve it. You really do.
Yeah, because sometimes you buy something that's inexpensive and they're shredding 2 months later.
Totally.
It's like try to spend a little more and get something with quality.
Correct.
Okay, essential oils are great, but often I don't know what to do with them. So
Okay.
what is the best thing to do with essential oils?
This is a plant therapy Metro Stone diffuser with select oils I chose for you for sleep, relaxation. Plant therapy has therapeutic grade oils. They help with that emotional part of the brain. So it can help you to relax when you put them straight into this diffuser. So the oil goes in.
Okay, and you do this at nighttime before bed?
Oh yeah, or in the bath.
In the
or
bath.
bedtime.
So you put the oil in and you just let it go? And it really physically does something to your body. It's more than just
Absolutely.
feeling good.
And the aromatics are what work. In here we have lavender, neroli, a little bit of vetiver. It depends on what you like, but that's why I love
the
this
smell.
blend.
You already feel better. Let's get exfoliating.
All right, so this is Core Organics Turmeric Brightening Exfoliating Mask.
Turmeric's in everything.
Absolutely. I mean, it works truly well on the skin. This is a 2-in-1.
Okay.
It's also a cult classic classic and a bestseller. So you put it on in the morning as a mask, or you can just use it as an exfoliator.
Oh, you can feel it, yeah.
It
yeah.
brightens on the first use. You can see a difference and feel the difference in your skin. Miranda Kerr, the founder of Cora, does use this
Miranda Kerr?
every day in the shower. It's her line.
Wait, the Miranda Kerr?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Let's get to some oils.
Amazing.
Are these the oils?
Oh, so this is Core Organics plant stem cell retinol alternative
retinol.
serum.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what do we do with this serum?
So it's great for everyone. If you have redness from other retinols, this is good for all skin types. It's made with plant stem cells from bakuchiol and alfalfa, and a little bit of rose hip to really nourish the skin.
Let's talk about this. Is this face oil?
This is a face oil, clear
love
complex.
A face oil. Love.
Plant Therapy makes a great face oil. This one is good for rosacea. It's made with hemp seed. It's made with a little bit of grapeseed oil. Put it right on your face, and it will take that redness away.
So you put it on in the morning?
Yeah,
or at night?
At nighttime to relax on clear and clean skin. The one for the body is called Near Perfection Body Oil. It's made with jojoba and then a little bit of sweet almond oil for softening.
Candace, let's go to the end. Mushrooms are in everything. That's what everybody's doing.
This is a cute little mitt.
So what do you do?
You can put the soap. This is a Damn Snow Mushroom Cleanser.
Snow Mushroom Cleanser.
Mushroom.
Okay.
Salt. Put it in. Drop it in
the water.
Get it foamy. And it's made out of a compostable mitt. This mitt is compostable.
I'm in.
There are antibacterial properties in the mitt, so it's good to use at the end of the day. And the salt has a lot of mineral content in it for softening the skin and keeping it just luxurious.
Candace, thank you so much.
Oh, you are
Get your hands
so
on these
welcome.
products. Head to today.com/shop. Thank you again. Coming up next, Kaylee Hartung is taking us inside the game with the unlikely quarterback raking up wins with the 49ers. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the third hour of Today, flying high. Simone Biles and the U.S. women's gymnastics team setting their sights on another gold today at the World Championships, while the men's team makes waves of their own.
They can be even better in Paris.
The men joining us live talking about their thrilling night and Olympic expectations. Plus, our Consumer Confidential. Before you book that holiday getaway, know your rights when it comes to delays, cancellations, and lost luggage. Later, actor and author Nick Offerman live in Studio 1A talking about his comedy tour, his love of the outdoors, and the big anniversary he just celebrated. And we're having a ball in Today Food when we show you how to put a Mexican spin on meatballs. Today, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. It is Wednesday. What day does it make it?
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump Day!
Yeah!
Like, look forward to Wednesday.
Oh, that's what makes it worthwhile. I'm Al, along with Chanel and Dylan. Craig is on assignment, but saying in his mind, Hump Day as well.
Yeah. You woke up thinking that.
Thanks so much for being with us this morning. Feeling Olympic this morning because we're talking gymnastics. The men's team just pulled off an amazing win at the World Championships. We're going to be talking with them in just a moment.
I love that. We should celebrate them.
Absolutely. But first, today it's all about Simone Biles and the women's team. She's been dominant since returning to the sport. Today, the U.S. women back in action, seeking gold in a possible preview of the Summer Olympics in Paris. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has the best job today. She is in Antwerp, Belgium, with a look at what to expect. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Look, Simone Biles is absolutely incredible. She takes 2 years off. She comes back, and it's like she never even left. dominating this competition. It's so exciting to watch her. She's making headlines left and right with these moves that only she can do. And of course, now the countdown is on to the team finals that kicks off in just a couple of hours.
This morning, the excitement mounting as the U.S. women's gymnastics team is vying for their 7th straight world title. The team, led by legendary gymnast Simone Biles, who has dominated the competition from the start, already making history, becoming the first woman to execute the double pike vault on the international stage, an incredibly difficult skill that's now named after her.
Just making it commonplace.
The team is heavily favored to win gold. For Biles, it's a full circle moment. A decade ago, the unknown 16-year-old vaulted onto the world stage right here in Belgium, going on to become the most decorated gymnast in history.
That is a very, very cool ending.
The two-time Olympian memorably pulling out of multiple events at the Tokyo Games, telling Hoda days later the immense pressure was taking a toll on her mental health.
Physically, I feel good. I'm in shape. Emotionally, that kind of varies on the time and the moment, you know.
After a 2-year break, taking time to marry the love of her life, Green Bay Packers star Jonathan Owens, Biles is back and stronger than ever. Winning the U.S. Classics and the U.S. Championship this summer in dominating fashion. Telling Hoda recently she's working to find balance on and off the mat.
I think I have to take care of myself a little bit more and listen to my body. This time around, it's like being intentional, going to therapy, making sure everything is aligned.
Another American to watch, emerging star 21-year-old Shilese Jones, who managed to pull ahead of Biles on the uneven bars. The U.S. men's team also capturing bronze here at the World Championships and qualifying for next year's Games in Paris.
Now, I had a chance to catch up with the guys shortly after they won last night. They are stoked, so excited, and I must say, a really great group of guys. As for the women, of course, they are expected to clinch the gold tonight, but the action doesn't stop there. This weekend, we will be watching the individuals, and of course, our girl Simone Biles is expected to shine, guys.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Thanks for bringing that,
Megan.
All right, and don't forget, you can catch all of the gymnastics action when Simone Biles and the U.S. women compete in the team final later today at 1:30 Eastern on Peacock.
All right.
Well, the Paris Olympics can't come soon enough for the U.S. men's gymnastics team because for the first time in nearly a decade, they took home a medal, winning bronze at the World Championships.
Nothing like going to your first World Championships and being the guy that brings it home to win the first medal since 2014 for Team USA.
That's great.
It just fires you up, too. This men's team is young. They're hungry. In fact, only one of them has Olympic experience.
Oh, I love that. And we have them live this morning to talk about their performance and their Olympic goals. Joining us live from Belgium, we have Yul Moldauer, we have Fred Richard, Paul Judah, Koi Young, and Asher Hong. Good morning. Congratulations.
Yes. Way to go, gentlemen.
To all of you guys.
Good morning.
I know you guys, a lot of you have been doing this since you were little boys, and now you're here. Your family must be so proud. Let's start with you, Yul. You're a 5-time world team member. This is the first time in 9 years, as Dylan just mentioned, that the U.S. men's team has made it to the podium together. What does this medal mean for all of you?
Oh, it means the world. You know, when I look down and see this medal, you know, I can't think of myself. I have to say thank you to my family, my school, my club gym, my teammates, my friends, USA Gymnastics, the sponsors. You know, it's been a long road for all of us, and to finally get to this point, you know, it's really exciting. And now that we have such a young team, you know, I'm really excited for the future.
Yeah, so that's so amazing. And Fred, your performance on the high bar last night brought it home for Team USA. What was that pressure like? As you step up to the bar. I mean, I can't even imagine that.
It was crazy. Honestly, like, I felt like the world's kind of on your shoulders. Like, I mean, I'm representing the U.S. I'm representing this group of guys right here. I feel like I have to put on for all the people who have helped me in my life. But I just remembered everybody who's been there for me. I trusted that it's not just me doing this routine, it's everybody. And so I hopped on that bar. I was thinking about these guys the whole time, and I just fought for every skill. And put it down with the stick at the end, and it was definitely the highlight of my career. Like the adrenaline, crazy.
Well,
Could not sleep last night.
I mean, you guys are so strong, and just like to see you stick the landing, it's just, I mean, it's just so fun to watch. I know you all were cheering for each other on the sidelines. So, I mean, being in the spotlight like this, when you're out there, are you feeding off of each other's energy?
Oh, 100%. Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we were the loudest team by far. Like, yo, we were
Especially, I hope we were the loudest team.
Yeah.
And Corey, you joked on social media about having a love-hate relationship with the pommel horse after last night. Just so you guys know, we're looking at video while you're talking. So if you hear me go, woo, while you're talking, that's probably why. But Corey, you also made a great point about treating each routine as a brand new competition. Why is that mindset so important in a sport like this?
Well, it's extremely important because, you know, every time you get back up on that podium, the judges are watching. And as we could tell from the end, going into the last event, going into the last two events, we were like not top 3 or 4th place. So like anything could happen. So even if you fall off, you got to get back up and pretend as if nothing happened. You got to get back up and pretend as if, you know, the rest of this routine is going to be perfect, and I'm going to make sure it's that way. So having a short memory will guarantee the rest of that routine turns out to be just the way you want it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Asher, back in August, you became the youngest U.S. men's all-around champion since 1989. Yesterday on the vault, earning the team's highest score. So what's that message Team USA is putting forward as we look ahead toward Paris?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going to go there and do our best to do our job, you know, and take each day one step at a time just to, you know, move one step closer to Paris. We're not going to look too far ahead, and we're not going to look to the past. We're going to stay in the moment and do our best to do the best we can at that moment.
Well, we are so proud of you guys. Honestly, just looking at you guys, you're diverse, you're young. It just makes us all so proud.
Yeah.
You know, joining us live. Let me say Yul Modour. Say your names again. Fred Richard, Paul Judah, Koi Young, Asher Hong. Congratulations. We're
Way to
so
go.
proud of you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
you again, and thanks for having us. This means the world to us.
Thank you. It's great having you. Thanks so much. And still to come, almost time to book those holiday trips. But before you do, our Vicky Nguyen is here to break down our rights on delays, lost luggage, hopefully this last time we hear about Dylan's, and do we really need travel insurance? And then later, Nick Offerman is here live in studio. You are going to talk about his new project, Comedy Tour, and what happened to all the facial hair. Third hour of today, we'll be right back.
We are back with this morning's Consumer Confidential. The holiday travel season will be here before you know it, so it's also a good time for a refresher on canceled flights, delays, my experience with lost luggage. I've heard that story a time or two. Our senior consumer investigative correspondent, Vicky Nguyen, is here to lay out our rights when things don't go as planned. Vicky, I'm so glad we're doing this story.
Me too, and a lot of things have changed, so it's good to get that refresher now.
A lot of flights over the weekend because of the weather were just canceled, delayed. What are your rights when that happens?
This is an if and or situation. If your flight is delayed or canceled and you don't take it, you go home or you take a bus or a train, get to your destination some other way, the airline is required by federal rules to refund you that portion of your unused ticket. Here's the thing. If they rebook you to go somewhere, then you have no right to a refund.
What if you don't take that
rebooked flight.
Yeah, and then you are.
You're out. Okay.
You are definitely due that ticket.
Okay.
The other thing that you want to think about is people ask about hotels, meals. If I'm delayed, well, are you going to pay for that? It totally depends on the carrier. And so you want to look at the contract of carriage, which is on the individual carrier's website, or go to the one-stop shop that is brand new. It's transportation.gov, and it has all the major carriers and their contracts. The one area where federal rules really do apply is the tarmac. If you've ever been stuck in the plane on the tarmac, there used to be some real horror stories.
Yeah.
Now, if it's up to 2 hours, the airline is required to provide you food, water, and bathrooms. If it's 3 hours or more, they're required to take that plane back to the gate unless it would disrupt the airport's operations severely or the pilot says there's a major security risk. The key here to avoid all of this, try to book that first flight of the day. You're less likely to encounter any issues with weather or with mechanical issues, staffing issues, so that first flight gives you that much more leeway.
Do those policy cancellations or delays come into effect if it's caused by weather?
No, act of God is not covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are people who feel like they just say weather. Anyway, okay, we move on. As flights get fuller, especially over the holidays, what happens if you get involuntarily bumped?
Yeah, Chanel, believe it or not, airlines are perfectly allowed. It is completely legal for them to overbook their flights. And they do it because they don't want to leave the ground with less than a full plane. So this is very common. And two options happen. First, they ask for volunteers. Who would be willing to take this next flight out? And often they sweeten the deal with a flight credit, a voucher towards something else. I've heard it go as high as $800 when I'm just sitting there.
That's how I flew in college. I would always just wait.
Smart. And if you're flexible, do it because you're getting a real value for that.
Yeah.
If they are able to, so that's the volunteers. When they get to the people who cannot, are not willing to, and then they have to bump you anyway, it depends on your status. It depends on how much you paid for that ticket. It depends on when you checked in. Every airline will decide on their own who they're going to bump involuntarily. If they can get you there within an hour of your original arrival time, you're not getting any compensation. If you are 1 to 2 hours later than your arrival time, they actually have to pay you 2 times what you paid for your ticket, or $775, whichever is less. If it's more than 2 hours late, 4 times what you paid, or $1,550. So it is significant.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Let's talk about luggage, because clearly I had an issue. 5 weeks
Did
it
you?
took to get my luggage back. But what would my rights have been?
This is something we know all too well. We're going to get Taylor Swift into every segment here on NBC. And it was like a national saga. We cheered when you got your stuff back, right? So the first thing you want to do, try not to have your luggage be lost at all. Rip off all those barcodes, those old tags. The worst thing is if it gets scanned accidentally and goes somewhere else. Take pictures of the outside of your luggage as well as the contents. That just makes it easier if you have to file a claim. You can say, this is exactly what I had in there. This is exactly what it's worth. Travel expert Chris Elliott says only put your name, your email, and your phone number on the outside as well as on the inside in case that label on the outside gets ripped off. Don't put your address, he says, because bad guys might know you're on vacation and go there and check out your home.
Yeah.
The other thing, we have Apple AirTags. We have other tracking devices, Tiles. That could have been handy when your bags were in Italy, wherever they were, and they went on that whole worldwide tour. And then obviously, if you can, keep calm, carry on whenever possible. It's not possible when you have like an international trip with a bunch of people.
Right.
Here's the thing, if you have to buy clothes, I mean, you guys did a great job. You were like cutting the pants, you were borrowing clothes, you were wearing nightgowns. But if you have to buy things, keep it reasonable and keep a detailed receipt, because when you file that claim, that's how they're going to decide what to compensate you. And let me show you the limits here. It's up to $3,800 per passenger for lost luggage for domestic flights, but that's at the airline's discretion. $1,700 for international flights. And of course, when you file your report for lost luggage, get the name of the person and who you're supposed to contact so you can keep following up.
That's interesting.
Ricky, great stuff.
Yeah.
Useful.
All
Thank you.
Well, coming up, we've got a world traveler and a country traveler right here in our studio. Nick Offerman live sharing his love for outdoor adventures, talking comedy, and so much more. And then our dear friend Jill Martin Brooks and her doctor joining us with an important message during this Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Third hour of today. We'll be right back. We love having our next guest here. For 7 seasons, Nick Offerman played everybody's favorite curmudgeon, Ron Swanson, on the hit show Parks and Rec.
Since then, he's gone from actor to author, writing 5 books, including his latest, Where the Deer and the Antelope Play, the pastoral observations of one ignorant American who loves to walk outside.
Well, it's now available in paperback, and Nick is here to tell us all about it. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So in this book, you talk a lot about, what you've learned from some of these journeys. There were a few that grabbed my attention. The one, you have a trip with your friends called the Bromance Brothers.
That's right.
Sounds enticing. And then you drove across the U.S. With your wife. So what did you learn from some of these, or what were some of your takeaways from these adventures?
Well, the idea is to take my sort of clumsy ramblings and through that lens, communicate to my readership the relationship that we have with Mother Nature, or the lack thereof. And especially the way we think about our farmers and our parks. We think of them as things you need to travel to, that we don't remember that nature is actually here right outside our windows, and we're part of it.
That's good.
And so it's trying to remind us all, including me, to think about where the food comes from that is in the grocery store, and how it's grown, and how we're maintaining that relationship. And since we don't know the answer to that, it means we're probably not maintaining a very good relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about the national parks. You say Glacier National Park, you jumped into the water there. And one of those things, I've been there. It's life-changing. It's a life-changing experience. And you said it was probably one of the highlights of your life.
It was, with my dear bromance friends, Jeff Tweedy and George Saunders.
Wow.
We get together, and I'm like the little brother of Walt Whitman and John Muir. And we went whitewater rafting, and one of the greatest lessons was it was freezing cold, and our guide that was paddling our raft said, if you want to jump in, this is a good calm spot in the river. The water's about 40 degrees, and it's the only place you'll ever get in pure glacial melt water. Wow. And Jeff and I were both already wet and kind of cold, and we thought, that's cool, we're good. And George Saunders, with a twinkle in his eye, said, come on, guys.
You're the Bromance Brothers, you got it.
And it was just that great lesson of saying yes to the thing that's a little scary or a little risky, and it was so exhilarating and gorgeous. And I've used that several times since when I'm faced with a challenge. Should I do the scary thing or should I head home to my couch? Wow. And now I do the scary thing, and I'm always very grateful.
That's a lot different than when you were last time here when Lily and I were in a canoe with you.
That's right. That was a little safer.
Yeah, say yes to the scary things. Yeah.
I love that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
there we go.
I didn't see it. Did you see it?
I didn't.
Oh,
That's
here,
okay.
put it. You want to see it? Let me show. There you go. Look at that.
Fantastic.
You're known for your very long subtitles when it comes to the books.
Thank you.
I've heard this is kind of a love-hate relationship for you. Why do you keep that going?
Well, I mean, I am a simple person, and so the titles of my books, I want them to be iconic, Abbey Road, or my books are Paddle Your Own Canoe, Gumption, Good Clean Fun. Sure. But my company, my publisher that I love called Dutton, they are not as trusting of the consumer.
Yeah.
And so when you see my book on a table in a bookstore, they want the consumer to have a little more description.
What's it about?
So they always ask me to, and so then I guess like in a bratty way, then I write a too long,
Nicely done.
subtitle.
Yes. Where the deer and the antelope play. Oh, give me a home. Very nice.
It's a Kansas State song. You're not from Kansas.
So if you were to, write a subtitle for the third hour of today, which is a long title to begin with, what would yours be?
Well, I heard you might ask this, and so I asked your graphics department to help me cook something up. But I was thinking something like third hour today. A covey of informative and gorgeous dreamboats deliver efficacious Vim over easy, plus Al Roker.
Yes! There you go. I like that. I like that. Oh, by the way, vivacious.
Vim goes with your vigor.
Hey, oh, by the way, I understand you and Megan, your beautiful wife Megan Mullally, just celebrated a 20-year wedding.
20 years married. She has a considerable lapse in taste.
What's the secret?
I mean, first and foremost, it's a sense of humor. I think, like any relationship, we've had to learn to listen to each other. I've had to learn to wash myself. And also do the dishes and, close the refrigerator door. But by and large, don't take life too seriously. be a giver more than a taker and do the dishes.
What was the last time you were completely facially clean?
Earlier this year, Megan and I did a show where I had crazy whiskers, and at the end of it, she said, "Buddy, for 23 years we've been together, and I love you, but it's a mouthful of thistles." Like here is, as we're getting into middle age, do you mind just giving me a clean palate?
You're such a giver.
And so, as a giver and a doer of the dishes.
Nick, thank you so much.
It looks fantastic.
It
That's
does.
very generous.
The paperback version of his book, Where the Deer and the Antelope Play, is out now. By the way, check him out on his comedy tour now.
Love having you here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, coming up, whether you're looking for a good scare or a Taylor Swift sing-along, there's something for everyone in our October Entertainment Roundup. But first, Jill Martin Brooks is here with her surgeon, sharing an update on how she's feeling and important information that we all need to hear. We'll be right back.
We're back with our series Pink Power in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
This year, the disease hit close to home here at the Today Show when our dear friend Jill Martin Brooks revealed her diagnosis.
Well, this morning, Jill is here to update us on her journey and share some important information along with her surgeon, Dr. Elisa Port, the head of breast cancer surgery at Mount Sinai Hospital. Jill, doctor, good
morning.
Hi, good morning, my friends.
It's good to see you. And you were on in the earlier hours, and just watching this unbelievably emotional journey of chemotherapy in real time, basically. Why did you decide that it was important to do this? Some folks, they wait till afterwards, but this is ongoing right now.
Yeah, so the reason it was important for me to tell this in real time is that I knew that I couldn't start to heal knowing that I could have told people about testing that could prevent them from having to go through what I'm going through. Chemotherapy is effing hell. And if anyone tells you differently, they're not telling you the truth. And not in all cases, but in my case, genetic testing could have prevented this part of my cancer journey. And so I felt an obligation with our platform, and why I want to use this time to say, those people who say, oh, I'll get my mammogram next week, or I'll get my sonogram in 2 weeks, or I don't need genetic testing, it doesn't run into my family. Let me tell you something. My mother had breast cancer. My grandmother died of breast cancer. My mother is BRCA negative. I did not know that you needed to get tested on your father's side of the family. It doesn't run in his family. So cancer does not discriminate. And if you can prevent it, and some people can't, that's why I'm telling it in real time.
I also think it's important because, listen, Jill and I sit together, we all sit together in the makeup room, and she'll come in looking like the picture of health, so to speak, right? And I'm like, Jill, you look amazing. Remember that one time I'm like feeling your skin? I'm like, you've never looked better. And then you start telling me what you're really going through with chemo. You told me this morning the chemotherapy drug that you use is called the Red Devil, which lets you know it's tough.
It's interesting, and we talked about this. I said to Dr. Port the first time I saw her, please, no chemotherapy, no matter what. And recently I've changed the narrative. Chemotherapy is my friend. I have a red devil. I have the most aggressive chemotherapy fighting against this insidious disease. And the other thing I think is really important that I want to make sure we get across is that if you do have to go through chemotherapy, there are and cancer treatment. Instead of saying like, I don't want to deal with it, there are advancements.
Sure.
And I really want to make sure to get those across for the people who.
Because Jill, she doesn't have the nausea, or is it taken care of with medicine, or right?
So there have been, to Jill's point, incredible advancements. On the one hand, not everyone does need chemotherapy. So one of the advancements is we've gotten better at figuring out who will and who will not benefit. Those people who will benefit, to Jill's point, it's very protective and very, very effective in reducing the risk of breast cancer returning or recurring. And the treatments that we've also added on, things like steroids that can prevent the nausea and vomiting, that some people have this idea that all of chemotherapy, you're curled up in fetal position, she's here.
I haven't thrown up once.
Yeah.
I'm nauseous and it's terrible and I have other side effects. But
Right.
the steroids make you nuts, and I've thrown Eric out of the house a few times. And I've cleaned the house a lot because they make you antsy. But
Yes. So steroids is one thing. We also, I love the idea that Jill highlighted the cold cap.
Yes.
Cold capping is a device that you wear on your head during the treatment and then for a bunch of hours after, that prevents chemotherapy from reaching the hair follicles, and it prevents hair loss during chemotherapy. It's not for everyone. Not everyone can have it. There are different devices. As we were talking about, insurance doesn't always cover it. We have a program at Mount Sinai that I'm super proud of, that we have a philanthropic fund to cover cold capping for women who can't afford it, but who would benefit from it. But it is a huge advancement that allow women, and for many, many women, keeping their hair during chemotherapy is a huge advancement.
Jill, one of the things, you've got Eric, obviously your husband, and you've got your parents, and people come up to you in the street. But in the beginning, you talked about how upset you were about not knowing because of the lack of testing. Well, talk to me about the part, the anger part, because there's almost a mental issue, therapy that you need to go to get through this.
it's interesting because it all happened so fast. I'm grieving while I'm healing and I'm fighting. It's strange, Al. I don't have. First of all, I'm so grateful it happened to me and not another member of my family, because it's harder to watch than it is to go through it. So that's the first thing. And I'm lucky that I caught it. But I think that the idea that people don't know about genetic testing is what angers me the most. But I never, not once, have thought, why me, or why. It was given to me to be able to do this and to be able to tell you to go get tested. And the other thing I just want to talk about is the importance, two things that insurance might cover that you should ask about. That's super. I have Amy from Flow Therapy, who is helping me with PT and helping me with my range of motion. Don't forget, I had a mastectomy, double mastectomy 6 weeks ago. So you need, PT is covered. You break your knee, you get PT. And I work on this a few times a week, and she's been an earth angel for me. And also, just getting back to the Penguin cold cap that I'm using, the one that they give at Mount Sinai doesn't work for the aggressiveness of my chemo, but this one is, you can rent these cold caps, and insurance sometimes covers it, and you sit there, and every 25 minutes they put what's basically dry ice on your head to freeze the follicles, and I sit there for 10 to 12 hours. Eric's been a gem, and that's the Red Devil. And
it literally is red.
Yeah.
It's literally a Red Devil, but think of it as my friend. That's helping me.
Yeah, the devil on your shoulder. We're doing good. Wow.
And it's not all of it. I've lost about 30%, but I look like me when you see me, right?
And that's healing for you.
For me, and it's not everybody's choice.
Well, Jill, Dr. Port, thank you so much. We
Thank
appreciate you
you,
both being
both
here.
of you guys.
And if you want to read more about Jill's journey, just go to today.com, and we'll be right back.
You're saving lives.
October may be scary season, but don't be afraid. There are plenty of other movies and shows to watch, too. Here to preview what's dropping this month, entertainment host at People's is Jeremy Parsons. And Jeremy is with us this morning.
Jeremy.
Good morning.
Great to see you guys.
All right, let's start, because it is October. The billboard for The Exorcist, I don't even want to drive by.
Scary.
How good is this?
It's very scary. The Exorcist Believer, by the way, I can't make it through it because I scare easy.
Yeah, me too.
I'm suddenly an adult, grown man, husband, and father that can't be alone in a room in his own house. But this new one, is a sequel to the original. So it's the sixth one in the franchise overall.
Oh, wow.
This one goes all the way back. Leslie Odom Jr. stars. He's the guy that has a daughter who ends up having demonic encounters. And here's the interesting part. He seeks the advice of the mother from the original movie, Ellen Burstyn.
Oh, my God.
90 years old now. She's back in this movie. It also stars Ann Dowd from Handmaids, Jennifer Nettles. Same writer and director who did the newest Halloween movies recently. They have a trilogy set up here. They know how to breathe fresh life into an existing franchise. We'll see how it goes. But this one, if you want your scare, you got it.
Oh my God! I see the billboards and I like the billboards.
The billboards alone, the art, the graphics, it's scary.
So next up, Brie Larson is taking on a big role in the highly anticipated book-to-screen series, Lessons in Chemistry.
That's right. It's based on a novel. Big role for Oscar winner Brie Larson. We know her, of course, as Captain Marvel. She won an Oscar for Room. This is a different turn for her, kind of a period piece. This novel and the story here surrounds a woman in the 60s, 50s, who is in an era where women are sort of stuck in the kitchen, basically, right? She's a brilliant chemist, but her career's limited. She ends up hosting a TV cooking show and works her forward-thinking magic into that to the Housewives of America. Very cool stuff. From everything I have seen, I haven't seen all the series, but what I have seen, it's a really great move for Brie Larson, getting great reviews as well. That's on Apple TV+.
Other big stars, Emily Blunt and Chris Evans in a new Netflix series.
Pain Hustlers. This one's a movie on Netflix. It's going to be in theaters first and Netflix October 27th. So Chris Evans and Emily, like you said, it's also based on a book. In this one, Emily plays a blue-collar woman who loses her job trying to raise her daughter, takes a job at a failing pharmaceutical company, ends up in a racketeering scheme. It's got a lot of adrenaline, kind of a fast-paced style here. Emily Blunt getting all the great reviews. She holds it. She carries the movie. If you're a fan of hers, you should definitely check this out.
All right.
We've heard a thing or two about Taylor Swift's movie.
One or two things about Taylor Swift in general these days. Well, the Eras Tour, if you didn't see it in person, you get to see it in theaters. Worldwide release October 13th, 100 countries, 7,500 theaters. If, say, you're a husband whose wife got tickets and bailed and went with a bunch of girls to see it one weekend and you got stuck at home with the kids, now you can see it for yourself.
Just asking for a friend.
There, you're just asking for a friend.
I love that. All right, let's talk about reboot 30 years in the making. Frasier back with a new series.
This one won 37 Emmys in its original
37?
run on NBC. It's a big shoes to fill, so they've kind of created a new shoe. Frasier's in a whole new world, moves to Boston to spend time with his adult son, a whole new cast of characters. We do have Bebe Neuwirth joining. No Niles and Daphne now, though, but it's Frasier kind of as a fish out of water as he encounters the everyman sensibilities of his adult son. Frasier's drinking beer. I mean, some of the fans noticed on the poster for this that he's in jeans and that he's in comfy shoes, and fans saying that Frasier would never do that, but it's cueing. So here we go. We're seeing it there. It's cueing his evolution. It's a new Frasier, but it's the same Frasier.
All right. He's still listening.
He's still listening.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Can I borrow some popcorn now?
Please go right ahead. Hey, coming up in Today Food, something to eat. I'm going to get something anyway. While we watch all of these new shows, our pal Rick Martinez cooking up meatballs with a Mexican spin. Third hour of Today rolls right back.
I'm in. This morning in Today Food, we are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with an amazing dish. Rick Martinez is a chef, food personality, and the author of Mi Cocina, Recipes and Rapture from My Kitchen in Mexico. And he's here to make one of his favorite recipes from the book. By the way, you can scan the QR code if you want to get that recipe now. Rick, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
So I read this morning you say, yes, meatballs with a Mexican spin. Tell us about it.
So albondigas, Mexican meatballs, are actually very common through Mexico.
Okay.
And it's one of my favorite dishes. I love albondigas or meatballs from any country. But particularly Mexico, because they've got so much flavor. And
What are you doing?
So this is one of the flavor elements. It's very common in Mexico. You char your vegetables.
Oh.
So you add a little bit of smokiness to your tomatoes. Also, this is a great way to add flavor to off-season tomatoes, or maybe tomatoes that really aren't that
the best.
great. Right. You're concentrating the flavor because you're charring them. You're adding a little bit more color, a little more smoke. After they're charred, we're going to throw them in our blender with some canned chipotle.
Okay.
And so this is 2 or 3 chopped chipotle. We're going to add a little pinch of salt. We're going to blend that up, but we don't want to go too high. We want a chunky salsa.
Okay. So that's your salsa.
That is our salsa. Okay. So now for the meatballs, I love a really nice tender meatball. So
what's the secret to making it tender?
So 2 secrets, actually.
Yeah.
One is, I think a lot of people, when they're mixing their ground meat, they're compacting, they're squishing it together.
So don't handle it too much?
What I like to do is I pull it apart.
You have to press the bottom.
Okay, I was trying to help you out.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So what I like to do is actually pull the meat apart, and you can add all of your ingredients to this.
What are you putting in there?
Panko. We've got some Mexican crema or sour cream.
And what's the ground meat you're using?
So I'm using beef and pork. I just like that flavor combination, but you could do turkey, chicken, all beef, all pork combination. That is queso fresco. I've got some grated onion that's just like on the big holes of a box grater. Cilantro, garlic, oregano. And then we just literally pull apart the meat until everything is.
What was that one?
That was oregano.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Great. So then once everything is nice and brown, we just want to brown the meatballs.
And you basically use a little scoop.
That's my favorite, one of my favorite tools in the kitchen. So we want a 1/4 cup, because I like big meatballs.
Okay.
We take our pureed tomatoes and chipotle.
Oh, you put them in there.
We throw in some onion, garlic, more oregano for flavor.
Okay.
And just mix that up. And we're going to let that simmer. We also have some chicken stock in there.
It keeps them from being dry, too, you know?
Exactly. I do not like a dry or tough
dry meatball.
These are so tender.
Thank you. And so they're typically served with rice and beans. You can make tacos out of them. Also, for football parties, I've also taken a long baguette, split it down the middle, put a bunch of meatballs in the salsa.
Sub.
Yes.
That's
Top it
fantastic.
with some cheese, throw it under a broiler.
These meatballs
Rick, these are delicious.
These are
absolutely
fantastic.
incredible.
Rick, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my goodness. If you want this recipe, scan the QR code on your screen or head to today.com/food. By the way, Rick's cookbook, Mi Cocina, Recipes and Rapture from My Kitchen in Mexico, is available now. Lots of yummy recipes.
This is fantastic.
In this book. We'll be right back. This is delicious.
Thank you so much.
And I love it in here.
Just before we go, Jill, you wanted to give somebody a special shout out.
I am so excited because it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is Stacey Griffith. You may know her as Soul Cycle Stacey. She's been on my chemotherapy treatment, and today she's done. And she's ringing the bell.
Stacey! Yes!
Go, Stacey!
Ding, 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 ding.
And I'm just so thrilled. So, Stacey, we love you and so grateful.
I love that we can celebrate that win.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Hoda and Jenna are coming up next.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good day, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker.
Today, a double dose of spice power. Jerry Halliwell Horner inspires a new generation of fans with her children's book. Plus, Victoria Beckham gives us an inside look at her studio during Paris Fashion Week. And the hot new AI trend everybody's talking about. Just wait till you see our hilarious 90s high school yearbook photos.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody. Hey. Welcome. It is Wednesday. It's the 4th day of October. We have one of those shows where everything just comes together. It's unexpected and amazing.
You know what it is? It's a Spice Girls reunion. I mean, not
sort of.
Yeah, not really. We have 2 Spice Girls on the show today.
Not 1, but 2. Jerry Halliwell Horner.
Yes.
She's got a new book out.
Yes.
And she is, first time we've met her, and she is delightful and lovely.
We're thrilled to introduce you to her and reintroduce. And then we also have Victoria Beckham.
Can you believe this? Because, you know, it's been Paris Fashion Week and everybody's all up in it.
Do you know what I love about Jerry, by the way? And something that maybe you and I should do, but I don't know that we have the wherewithal. She has a uniform.
Oh my God.
She just
it made me feel so relaxed.
This is very specific, but she just wears cream and white. But I do think my sister does this. She knows what looks good on her. She wears button downs and jeans, and you know, she wears the same type of thing over and over.
She just talks about how in your life, sometimes we want to simplify.
Yeah.
We want to take out all the noise, take out all the extra decisions, and you realize if you like cream, if that's your color.
Yes.
Like my friend Jen Miller, she likes a palette. Tans, creams, grays.
Yeah.
It's always
She
got
likes those
that
neutrals.
Always that vibe. Nothing bright, no bright color. That's just not her bag.
Yeah.
But once you know your thing,
I know.
and then everything can work in and things match.
I've been
better.
kind of shopping for you.
You have.
With my extra time.
And what have you found?
I feel like.
What is my thing?
Well, that's what I feel like I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. What is
I
it?
tried to get some like vegan leather pants. I think you're good in leather. I think you're good in jumpsuits. I think you're good in really structured sort of.
Yes.
So I'm kind of have this whole thing for you. I'm styling her in my spare time. And why is it so much easier to do it for other people than yourself?
Well, you are unique. See, I think the way you dress is very eclectic but cool.
I don't know.
So your style is one day you'll walk in and then because I can tell by our staff, you walk in and they'll be like, oh my God, it's like a shorts and a jacket. And the next day you're wearing a dress like that. You like to try. And you like to try different things.
Yeah.
You're just
well, I'm getting you into the whole thing.
All
I feel
right.
like I'm like a real stylist pinning up sort of my vision board for her. Okay. There's a hot new trend.
What is it?
Speaking of sort of looks, this is a whole thing that's going viral on Instagram, and it's called the AI yearbook trend.
Okay.
So you basically can use the Epic app and it will give you incredible glam 90s yearbook.
So what you do is you take your current photo,
Right.
give it to them, and they glam it up into 90s.
They make it a little younger.
Yeah. So Keke Palmer did it.
Okay.
So this is what Keke looks like.
Oh, Keke. Keke looks great. She looks exactly the same.
Oh my God.
Keke.
What does she really look like then? Does anyone know? I would love to see.
I know. Well,
like
this is the
her real.
I feel like this is going to be more glam than any of us actually were. Because
Well,
we're
I
going to try
wasn't.
it.
No, I mean, I've seen my pictures and I know what they look like. All right, so we paid our $9.99. That's
It's
how much it costs.
$9.99.
Yeah, $9.99.
Oh, well, thank you guys for doing it for us.
So here are your photos, Jenna. Oh my God, that's like a glamour shot. Oh, Jenna with her notebook, her Trapper Keeper. Oh, Jenna. Oh, biker Jenna from the mall. Oh my God.
I just
Jenna,
got my
you were
ear
going to-
pierced at Claire's.
Wait. Oh, you won the pageant. Oh, Jenna, I knew you were going to be homecoming queen.
No, but I really wasn't.
That's really cute.
Wow. Okay, are you ready to see
No,
Hoda?
y'all
I am.
hit
Let's
it.
go. Oh.
Okay, that was never the case.
No, I know.
Never, ever. Okay, next one.
Oh.
Feathered hair. Okay, the attempt, because everyone had feathered hair, and when you had my hair
Yes.
texture, that was not happening. I had those sausage roll, you know when you try with the curl. Okay, what's going on?
Wait, hold on.
Hold
on.
Hold on.
Hold on. What are you wearing in that photo? I know it's not
I
you.
was on the drill team.
But you were hot.
I think. Okay, that's scary. That's scary. That's terrifying.
I like the white one where you're wearing shorts and a long. That's my inspiration. Can I have a copy of that? Because I think that is your, not exactly like that, but boots and sort of thick, that and layered. That's your new look. Look at that. That's your new look. Minus the hat.
Did
Minus the hat.
Did you love Picture Day when you were a kid?
I loved Picture Day.
Yeah, you did.
But
you
it's
have a
so
special
sad because
outfit?
it's like, if we actually had pictures of what we look like, especially in elementary school, I was kind of chubby and I had glasses.
Yeah.
And well, that I was cuter.
You were cute there.
Yeah.
See?
I mean,
you had cute. That was cute. I like your choker.
Yeah.
Those were in. Everyone was wearing
I know.
those.
I also wore this kind of dark purple lipstick.
Did your parents let you?
I mean, by ninth grade, they'd given up.
Yeah.
That was ninth grade. They'd just completely given up by that point. You know, eighth grade really put them over the edge.
That was it?
Yes. But when I was little, I wanted to be something not me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I would pretend that I had a ponytail. I had always had really short hair
So how did you
with
pretend?
big bangs and just a chubby little face.
Yeah.
I would go like this.
Yeah.
But no hair would actually go because I didn't have hair.
Cutest.
What about you? Did you
I mean,
like Picture Day?
my hair was non-moving, and Picture Day. When I look at the, you know what? That was one of the. Hey, I'm just gonna say
By the way,
something.
you're beautiful.
Wait, I'm just gonna say something. That was one of the good ones.
I was
okay?
gonna say, you're
No,
beautiful.
that one right there was like the, oh my God.
You're
what a great-
beautiful.
But that was one of the good ones. Over the years, there were many that weren't like that.
I know.
Okay, but still people laughed, even though that was a good one.
Yeah, why did y'all laugh?
Why did you laugh? No, it was laughter.
That was
okay,
me.
Anyway,
We've already been laughed at our whole lives.
I'm just used to it. All right, we're so excited for this. It's time for our Can't Wait for That.
Okay, y'all, the trailer for Priscilla just dropped. It's Sofia Coppola's upcoming biopic of Priscilla and Elvis's early relationship.
Wow, this is big. So actress Kaylee Spaney plays Priscilla, while Euphoria star Jacob
Elordi Remember
takes
when
on
he
the
was
role
on
of
our
Elvis.
show and his parents were in the background?
He was so
He's cute.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Let's take
this
a look.
looks amazing.
Let's look.
Just what is the intent here, Mr. Presley? You got women throwing themselves at you. Why my daughter?
Well, sir, I happen to be very fond of your daughter. She's much more mature than her age.
21!
22. That's 22. You don't have to worry about her. Black hair and more eye makeup.
I don't know if I like it.
Oh, that made me sad. I don't know if I like it.
I know.
She didn't like it.
Oh no, and they made her do it anyway.
Oh, anyway, it's
I mean,
gonna
we
be
don't know
good.
that. We're
First
guessing.
of all, it's
but
going to be
Sofia
really
Coppola always creates those incredibly cinematic movies. How can we watch it? Oh, it's in theaters.
November 3rd.
I can't wait.
Me too. I can't wait for that.
Okay.
Coming up, catch up on your favorite celebrity posts, including where Viola Davis is off to and looking fab.
Oh yeah, you guys were going to be your social eyes.
Yes.
Coming up next. Why was I going ahead?
There's so much stuff on social media, it's easy to miss things that celebs are posting. So we're going to catch you up on a segment we call Socialize.
Here to give us all the highlights on what the A-listers are sharing is TV host and pop culture expert Naz Perez.
Hello, ladies. I love when scrolling on social media pays off for
I know,
This is so
I
nice,
know,
right?
I know. All
Okay,
right.
so we hear that one celeb is posting about sleep or lack thereof, right?
Yes. So Tia Mowry posted this really relatable video of her trying to shut her brain off at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
We've all been there. You're in bed, your eyes are closed, all of a sudden you have to pee. You're reliving an embarrassing moment from that day. I mean, I have literally contemplated holding my pee for 8 hours once I'm cozy in bed. But it was literally Viola Davis's comment that had me laughing. She said hormone hours, which I thought was so accurate. Isn't this the worst? Like, what do you both do to shut your brain off before bed?
I mean, I try to do like a little reading and things right before I go to sleep, but sometimes in the middle of the night you can't help it. You're like ding, and then it's as if it's midday.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta go.
Ain't it weird how you have so much energy at like 2 in the morning
Yes.
or
Yes.
1 in the morning,
Yes.
but then when the alarm goes off,
You
you're like,
can't, you're dragging
you have
it.
no energy.
Okay, wait, let's talk about
Hormone
Viola. You
hours.
mentioned her. What is she up to?
I love Viola Davis. We were just talking about her. She's my favorite account that I follow. She posted this
Same with us.
stunning selfie of her in full glam going to get groceries with the caption, going to Whole Foods and Vons and Target after a photo shoot. But my friends, it was Octavia Spencer's comment
love
on this.
Octavia. What did she
She's
say?
so funny. That
the
had me
best.
cackling. She said, hell, if I look this good, I'd also go to the DMV and get my passport pic. Why waste a good face, feet, and hair? The reason why I laughed is because whenever I'm on camera, I will try and schedule so many dates to take full advantage.
Totally.
And I
Dates?
Dates. I always wonder, do you guys take your makeup off after the show?
Not immediately, but sometimes it's more out of laziness than wanting to keep the glam on.
No, I know. And if you have meetings and stuff, it's like when I take my makeup off, it looks. It's not like just normal.
It's like
stuff
gunk all
is so
over. No, there's a lot.
So, yeah.
All right, a lot of celebs make a fun anniversary post. So what have you seen lately?
Yeah, so I love love. So I love this post and I wanted to share it with you both. Courtney Cox is celebrating 10 years with her partner, Johnny McDade. So of course she posted
Cute
photos
They
with
look
Johnny.
like sister and brother. In the best way possible.
In the best way possible. But she also posted photos with Ed Sheeran. A lot of people don't know this. He actually introduced them. So she wanted to thank him. And she also posted this clip of Ed actually singing to Johnny.
Johnny's in love with your body. The last night you were in his room. And now his bed sheets smell like you. Every day he's covering something.
His face.
Johnny's beard is the shape of you.
I mean, honestly, it is a great beard. The reason why I wanted to share this with you is because I recently discovered that the highest percentage of ways we meet our partners these days is still through a friend.
Yeah, I love that.
Isn't that amazing?
More so than apps, more so than any
apps.
Don't you
random
love
meetings.
that?
Because you believe.
Wait, how did they know?
So friends, get on it.
How
for
did
me.
they know each other? Does he work with Ed Sheeran? Do you know?
I actually don't know.
Okay,
but I know.
That's too much information. Okay, so one A-lister always loves to celebrate fall.
Yeah. So we all know that Mariah Carey is the face of Christmas.
Yes,
right?
yes,
So
yes.
you guys know who the face of fall is.
No.
No, tell us.
It is Meg the Stallion because this is the third year in a row she's posted photos with a pumpkin
what?
on her head. Third year, Hoda, that she's
Is
done
that a
this.
real pumpkin?
It's a real pumpkin. It is so funny. She doesn't even
Wait,
caption
the fact
it.
that she's drinking a pumpkin spice latte while dressed like a pumpkin,
it's sending me.
She's the queen.
Wait,
She's
so
the
she doesn't
queen.
post anything with it, just the picture alone.
Because everyone knows what it means.
I want to do that.
Even Instagram commented, it is that time of year. And I just love people who get in the fall spirit. Like, I will go out and buy so many candles. I will literally die by accidental fire.
Let's hope
that doesn't happen to me.
Yeah.
But what do you do to get into the fall spirit?
We go to the pumpkin patch.
Yeah, sometimes we go apple picking.
Why'd you laugh when
because
you
we
said that?
say
we say we're going to go and then we don't go.
And then it
because
rains.
then it's December.
And then it
you're like,
rains.
remember how we were going to look at the foliage? Remember?
So
All right, listen to Naz, you guys. She's got a great podcast with two of her besties. It's called I Don't Get It. So you can get that wherever you get your podcast. I didn't know you were a producer on The Bachelor.
I was a producer on
You
The
gotta
Bachelor,
give us
my
the
friends.
inside juice,
I will.
girl.
Everyone watch The Golden Bachelor. It's amazing.
We heard it's great. Thank you, Naz. Coming up, get ready to spice up your life with Jerry Hollowell Horner. She's got a new book out. So much more. We're going to talk with her right after this.
Oh, Jerry.
As Ginger Spice, Jerry Hollowell Horner was part of one of the biggest selling girl groups of all time. Y'all know it. You love it. The Spice Girls.
Of course, but songs aren't the only thing she writes. Her latest page turner is called this, Rosie Frost and the Falcon Queen. It's about a young orphan who attends a boarding school full of secrets about Britain's past. It's so good to see you.
Oh, so
to
lovely
see you
to
in
meet you.
person.
Yeah.
You know what? We know we've kind of followed you, obviously, through your career, and your fashion was wow, loud, expressive. And now we're getting into a more calmer palette. Whites and creams.
You basically
Is that your
only
thing?
wear whites and creams. Is that right?
your thing?
Gee, I don't know about you, but I want to be, as you get older, you want to keep it simple.
Yes, easy.
And one thing I'll say is everything matches.
Yes.
It's just like fast. You know, you look at these men that are always wearing the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
I think,
A
well,
uniform.
actually, a uniform. Can
Yeah.
I do the same?
Why not?
Why not? Exactly.
Yes, of course
You make your own
can.
choices. Yeah.
You know, as I'm sure in interviews like this, you look back at past pictures and videos. When you look at those, what comes to mind? I mean, hello.
Okay, so I made that dress out of a tea towel.
Did you really?
I've always been very sort of like, I like my sewing and always very creative. So I look back and go, ah.
Is your music playing in your house with your kids at times? They like it?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
But actually, my son, he's 6 and he likes Deep Purple.
Oh.
He likes, Smoke on the Water.
What?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my
Wow, he
gosh.
has very mature taste.
Yeah, he
He's
does.
quite mature.
You have said, and I love this, that you were a late bloomer.
Yeah.
Didn't get married to your 40s.
Yeah.
You had babies in your 40s.
Yeah.
What does that give you a greater appreciation for everything you have?
I think so. I really sort of understand the nature that, you know, time is precious and really enjoy the process a little bit more and try and be really present as a mother.
Do you feel like this was when you were ready? Because I feel like sometimes people want to rush you, and I'm sure having a public life, it's like, what's happening? When are you going to have children, et cetera, et
yeah.
cetera? But you kind of did it on your own timetable. Did it all feel right to you?
You know, I always, if I ever meet a 30-something girl,
boy, I should say to them, you know, whoever you are, you know, when you're in your 30s, I felt a lot of pressure, you know, to tick boxes. And what I would say is that, you know, tranquilo, you've got time.
Yes.
You've got time. It's better for me, you know, it's better to, you know, to be authentic to yourself. And so I was a bit of a late starter because my head was really about career.
What about your husband? What attracted you to your husband?
Christian. Actually, do you know what? I think I can be myself. He's like my best friend. And I stopped holding myself in, so to speak, in so many ways. I'm just like, this is me. By the time I got to him, I was like, this is me. Take it or leave it. Exactly.
I love that.
You just celebrated a big birthday.
Yes.
And all of your girls, except Mel B, were able to be there to celebrate with you.
It was amazing.
What was that like?
Do you know what? Can I just say, I felt so blessed. Okay, I got a message from Dolly Parton.
Wait, what?
I know.
She's the best. What did she say?
She was just like, I love you. She was so, I love Dolly Parton.
Yeah, so do we.
Yeah. I was just like, oh my God, my life is full.
What do you love about Dolly?
I think, actually, she really believes in, she's got her own literacy campaign.
Yeah, she does.
In writing, but encouraging. She's generous.
Yes.
She's in her own lane. I love her. She's a brilliant writer.
Speaking of literacy.
Yes, we've got to talk about your book.
Your book. Oh my
I have to take this home for my 10-year-old because I think it is what she's going to love. How did this idea come to you?
Okay, so I've always loved books because I didn't have a lot of money when I was a child. You know, our family just, you know, come from a moderate income. And so when other people were going on holiday, I remember I would always get a book. And with a book, you can learn. You can go off to far off place, travel. You can learn anything. And before I went into music, I was studying literature and theatre. So I've always loved it. And throughout my career, I was always writing. I'm no Mariah Carey. Like my range isn't as thick, but. So I felt very confident and loved the writing part of anything to do with it.
Yeah.
So it was a natural progression. So I wrote younger children's books before and they did well.
Yeah.
And but then I thought, you know what? The world needs a new hero. Someone ordinary. That's vulnerable. That's not alpha, and maybe that we can all identify with.
Wait, and there's music.
There is music in the book as well. You can scan it because sometimes, you know, in little kids' books, you can scan nursery rhymes. I thought, what about for, you know,
so smart. Do you have a copy of that book?
Yeah.
Could you bring us a copy?
I did.
Oh, and that's
and
your
we're listening to the music.
Yeah,
that goes with the book.
Oh my gosh, thank you. This is beautiful.
Note for you.
You read it.
Well, it's so beautiful.
Would you read
Dear
it?
Jenna, I know how much family literacy means to you. It also means so much to me. So I'm excited to announce, that a portion of the proceeds in my book will go to your beloved grandmother's nonprofit.
Yeah.
The Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy. Barbara Bush was and is still courageous, empowering, and a true Falcon Queen in my eyes.
Oh.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I did not expect this. Thank you so much. Wow,
That's so beautiful.
That was unexpected and so beautiful.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, carry on. Rain in my eyes. I'm so honored and delighted to contribute to her legacy and support your family's love.
Oh,
Thank you. That is so beautiful.
Oh, that's
I have
so beautiful.
Your grandmother and America gave me so much. My mother was out at work and, you know, and just watching America with those positive values. And then your grandmother, which instilled those values in you, she believed in literacy and empowering others, family reading. And I was, you know, I thought, you know, I want to give back.
Oh my gosh.
What you've given me
That
so
is
much.
So I don't even know what to say. Thank you,
Well,
Jerry.
it's my absolute
so
pleasure.
sweet.
The best.
Oh
We
my
love
gosh,
you.
I'm
Find
totally
out more
speechless.
about Rosie Frost and the Falcon Queen. Go to today.com/books.
Everybody
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm totally overcome. Thank you. Coming up next, y'all, we get a second dose of Spice Girl power. Zana Roberts-Rassi is with Victoria Beckham.
Amazing.
Your pal for Paris Fashion Week after this.
Amazing.
Oh
It was my
gosh.
pleasure.
I was like, wait, why am I just reading this?
Pop icon Victoria Beckham may be known for her Spice Girl days, but the wife and mom of 4 has since poured herself into building her namesake fashion and beauty brand.
Yeah, and our favorite E-Style host, Zana Roberts-Rossi, got some never-before-seen access to Victoria and her empire.
That's right, it's true. I got an exclusive sit-down with Victoria at her private London office, as well as a peek inside her atelier ahead of her Paris fashion show. We talked family, her expanding business, the challenges she faced growing up, and of course, her relationship for 24 years with husband David Beckham. Thank you for opening your private space.
This is where I am 5 days a week. You'll see a few little pictures of my children.
I love it. And the awards?
Just a little memorabilia back in the day, you know, when I was a Spice Girl. Yeah, some MTV awards, American Music Awards, something quite nostalgic.
It's here Victoria works to build her beauty empire and eponymous fashion label, which was first launched in 2008. That's 15 years of relentless hard work.
100%. The fashion community have really opened their arms and welcomed me. That hasn't happened overnight. It's constantly about proving yourself.
It's very fitting to be in a very private space to talk about one of your most private, most personal launches to date. Fragrance is inspired by your most precious memories.
These are stories that I haven't told before.
Right.
So these are intimate details about myself and my husband and our family and our journey.
I think we have to go back in time. Portofino, 97. These have never been seen before, and you're showing them exclusively to us here.
It was the first time we'd ever been on a trip together. We didn't want anyone to know about the relationship. I was busy with the Spice Girls. David was playing for Manchester United. Right. So the fact that we had 48 hours together, just the two of us, was super special. I mean, we were, and still are, obsessed with each other.
Sweet 302.
When we were living in Spain, we were doing the school run one day, and David said, we're gonna go somewhere for the afternoon. We land in London, get off the plane, and we're met by the same car that drove us on our wedding day. We drive to our house in London, and we had a little chapel in the garden. We got remarried with the priest that married us all those years ago. I think, how can this get any better?
Oh my.
We get on the plane and we fly to Paris, where we had 24-hour honeymoon, and we stayed in Suite 302.
The product launch inspired Victoria to step in front of the camera as the face of her brand for the first time. I've never seen you more comfortable and confident in your own skin.
I think the good thing about getting older, you accept who you are. Yeah. You stop fighting, you stop picking holes in yourself. You just want to be the best version of yourself. It's not about looking younger or changing yourself.
Speaking of our younger selves, you were bullied. You say you had bad acne. You say you were an introvert. Do you think that gave you more drive to work harder?
I've never been the best at anything. I've just worked really, really hard. I remember being at dancing college, phoning my mum, crying, I want to come home. My dad then got on the phone and said, absolutely not. You stay there, you work hard. And thankfully I listened to my dad, but nothing has ever been easy. And I was bullied a lot. I often talk to Harper about that. I say, you know, if there's a little girl on her own in the playground, that little girl was Mummy. And that hurts. She finds making friends very, very easily. I never did. Go and talk to that little girl.
What I'm loving right now is the new shade of amber.
Social media, you keep it so real. Is it nice to be able to put stuff out there?
I think before social media, you know, people had this impression of me that I didn't smile, which, to be honest, it's fine. I never got upset about those things, but that was very much the media painting that picture of me. Through my social platforms, I can show who I am. I work very hard, but I like to have fun as well.
We're going to talk about your collection, and you're going to give us a little walk through the atelier, which no one has ever been in with cameras.
This is where the magic happens. These are the boards at the moment, but a lot can change right up until the minute that you put the
literally before they walk out.
Yeah.
If we're going to take away a few trends from this collection that's coming up, what are we going to talk about?
We have lots of denim, but this season it's about reinventing that a little bit. They look like they're worn back to the front. We've got a Jersey story where we have these Jersey dresses. Then we go into this English countryside story as well. So we have some tweeds.
Can we just talk a bit about the makeup look?
I want to create a cool look with mascara. It's something that we all wear every day, but how do we make a real fashion statement out of that as well?
You will obviously have a stellar front row wearing your clothes. What are you most looking forward to about the end of the show?
We're going to have a fun party. My whole family's going to be there. A lot of work goes into it, so to have that moment where we can just enjoy it with our friends and family.
Okay, first of all, we've had Victoria Beckham on this show.
Yes.
That was a whole other side. You could tell that you guys have been friends for years. You were friends with her husband before that. And there's a docuseries coming out about, I'm just surprised they're being so open.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, they are so close. They are the best of friends. They've been together for 24 years, married, and they're proud of what they've built. They've built an incredible empire together, and they are ready to share that, and I think it's amazing.
But they definitely are transparent, and they talk about some struggles in their relationship. Obviously, we see the way she talks about him, the way he talks about her. They're madly in love.
Absolutely.
Were you surprised they were that transparent?
No, I mean, look, as I said, they are best friends. They are so tight. They're the best partners, and they've built this incredible thing together. They've got the best parents.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see them feel so comfortable to be able to share this.
You're wearing her outfit, aren't you?
I am indeed wearing Victoria Beckham.
She is the chicest, and so are you.
You are.
Xana,
Thank
we
you,
adore
Xana.
you.
We're happy you're here.
That was a
Thank
beautiful
you.
interview.
Really was great.
And the docuseries Beckham is out right now on Netflix.
Coming up next, Hollywood home decor at affordable prices. Coming up right after this. That was great. Xana, great.
Okay, have you ever swooned over a celeb's home? Yeah, we all have.
Yep.
Okay, the good news is you can get the look for less.
Here to show us how is interior designer Martin Lawrence Bullard. He's the author of this new gorgeous coffee table book. It's called Star Style. So the book is not only filled with photos of super stylish homes, but also the homes of several of his celebrity clients. The list includes Cher. She wrote the book's foreword, as well as Kourtney Kardashian, Kylie Jenner, RuPaul. All of them.
Oh, you did the disco. We talked about that disco room.
You did that.
Yes.
You are amazing. Martin, thank you so much
Martin.
for being here.
Thank you, ladies. It's so fun to be with you guys.
Oh my gosh, you're such a talent. So we're going to start with Winnie Harlow's home.
Yes.
You did, let's see, it was in Architecture Digest last month. You did a few of these rooms.
Oh my
so look at
gosh,
this
look how
beautiful dressing
gorgeous.
room. You have the living room.
I think you know what happens, Martin. A lot of people look at that and say, wow, this is beautiful, but it could never be replicated. But you found a way to replicate it for under $1,000, the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at her entry hall right here. This is what you did for her.
Okay.
And now we have this.
How do we duplicate it?
So we have our get the look, the Winnie Harlow look.
Okay.
The supermodel console.
Yes.
So it's all about, structure and shape for me. And obviously Winnie's console had this sort of amazing morphic shape. This one I love. This one came from Amazon. It's like $160.
Wow.
And so cool. And it's got that wonderful gold tone,
Yeah,
which is
looks
really in
beautiful.
fashion right now.
Yeah.
These warm brasses and things. Mixed in, again, with this wonderful array
I love
of
how you
mad
did
mirrors.
two
I love
mirrors.
those mad, you call them
asymmetric.
mad mirrors. I like
Mad,
it.
yes.
They look at, yeah.
Again, it's got that morphic shape. It's really cool and interesting. Why have one mirror when you can have two?
Okay.
Right?
Totally. And also it fills the space. We also love the art that you've chosen.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Perfect.
What is life without a little Diana Ross in it?
Nothing.
But this is from CB2, and they have an amazing array of really cool artwork.
And just the balance with this plant, and I think it looks perfect when you walk in.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, this entire look, console mirrors, the beautiful pot from Pottery Barn, was around $700.
That's amazing.
So this is a big wham bag.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. And can we just also mention your book is so lovely.
well,
Of course
thank
we
you.
do. All right, now let's take a look at Tommy Hilfiger's home in Florida. So you decorated his home too.
Wow.
This is the gorgeous estate.
Beautiful.
All right, let's
Here,
go
look
inside.
at what you did in his beautiful living room.
Wow. God, it's
His
so airy
bedroom.
and gorgeous.
Yes. Okay, now you are going to tell
Yeah.
us about the space that you're going to duplicate. Let's see his space first.
Okay.
Where is this?
So this is sort of the entryway into their living room.
Okay.
It's this wonderful space that doubles as kind of a cool seating area.
Yeah.
You can have a little dinner in front of the fireplace.
Yeah.
You can do your Zooms from here.
Yeah, totally.
So it's sort of a really wonderful spot, and it really kind of gave the energy to the space.
Yes.
Okay.
So the first thing that you'll notice in Tommy's is this amazing table.
Yeah.
And so we found this really cool table from Anthropology.
Oh, it's
which
beautiful.
I love because of the base. It's got this wonderful detail to it.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. How cool at the base. You
This
see
is
that?
kind of the statement piece. But of course, the real statement piece is our art.
Where did you find this?
So these are from art.com, and they start at $39.
Wow.
If you can imagine.
Art.com?
Yeah, now Tommy's originals are literally
Yeah, I
millions
was
of
gonna say,
dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't afford that, but we can afford art.com.
And what about the surfboard?
And the surfboard, because this is a beach house,
Yeah.
we've recreated that vibe with a little bit of pop art, a really cool surfboard, which doubles as a piece of art.
Yeah.
You can go out and surf on it, of course, ladies.
I like
At the
it.
weekends. This was from Amazon.com. It's $150.
And I
my
like how
gosh.
these chairs, they don't match you,
That's a
but
new
they
trend,
work.
right?
Yeah, you never want to match things too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want things to feel too overly designed. You want to have freedom, kind of create your own sexy
Cool.
vibe.
Yeah.
And so I love the mix of a great piece of
And the
upholstery.
pillows, yeah.
And a fun pillow,
Yeah.
and a CB2 pillow, cool Amazon chairs. It's all about texture.
Yeah, your texture is unbelievable. This book gave me such inspiration.
Martin, thank you
Martin,
so
thank
much.
you.
So happy
Really-
to be here to give you ladies some star style.
We love it, Go. And Martin's book, Star Style, it is out today. It's fabulous. You can go to today.com/books or get it at your indie bookstore.
All right, coming up, let's shake up your morning coffee routine. We got some delicious new drinks coming up right after this. Wow, this was awesome.
Today Food is sponsored by Folgers, the coffee company.
All right, who doesn't love to take a few minutes to relax and recharge? Because you know what? You need a coffee break.
Yeah, okay. And today we are taking your coffee up to the next level with mixologist and influencer Tiffany Barrier. She is here to create drink ideas from our sponsor, Folgers.
Follow along, scan the QR code, get some recipes. Tiffany,
you're so creative.
Come on, let's have some coffee.
You gotta get creative when it comes to coffee. I mean, just pouring it in a cup, that's
over.
We're past that.
Okay, what's happening with this first drink?
So
It's warm.
I've got some simple syrup going down. I was just sugar and water. Your choice of the sugar. Orange zest. Dropping that right inside.
Here, I'll scrape it out with your
Thank
cinnamon
you.
stick.
There you go. Next ingredient, cinnamon stick.
Yeah.
Bring this to a beautiful nice little boil. Turn it off.
Okay.
And then we've got the the aromas of coziness. So we've got this orange cinnamon syrup.
Yummy.
That is then going to go into our beautiful coffee mug.
So that's that syrup
That's
right there.
that. Look at that color.
Okay.
Nice and bright. Orange
Yeah.
also brings you great energy.
Okay.
And then this cute little thing.
What is that?
Hibiscus tea.
I love hibiscus tea.
I love hibiscus
Okay, so you
tea.
pour that
If
in.
You steep it without any sugar, nice and bitter. So we just dump that right on inside.
Okay.
And who would have thought?
Now I'm pouring the coffee.
Pouring coffee and tea together at
Stop
the same
it.
time.
Wait, coffee and
Come
tea.
on.
This is
Hold on, sorry,
revolutionary.
did I not?
Coffee and tea. Let me punch it there.
Oh, punch it.
There we go.
Come on.
And give it a pour. Hot coffee. Come on out, hot coffee.
It's okay.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Drink God.
I've never heard of coffee and tea
Me neither,
mix.
and I like it.
Check it out.
You wanna have
So
a
we've
sip?
got
You've already had one.
great flavors.
love it.
Hibiscus, bitter,
Love
sweet,
it. All right,
and
let's-
a little bit of
Let's get to
great
something
brunch
sweet
drink.
and delicious.
Okay, so
Okay, and whipped.
and whipped. Who doesn't want something whipped?
Okay, what do we
So we
got?
saw this trend happening during the pandemic, but we're seeing our coffee. I've added a little bit of nutmeg. I've added some sugar. Gonna add a little bit of warm water in there.
Okay.
And we're gonna whip it.
Whip it.
Gonna be careful. No
I'm
splashing.
scared, I'm
Hold
scared.
it down tight. There we go. We're giving that a good whip. We're gonna incorporate that until it gets nice and thick and consistent.
Okay, so after that happens,
This happens.
show us.
Do I pour it in?
Yes. Pour that into that tall glass.
Okay. Is this just normal milk?
That is almond milk. Your
Almond
choice.
milk, okay.
Almond milk, vanilla milk,
And now what are you-
nut milk, however you please.
What is that?
And this is what just happened here. Here, after you've whipped it, look at that.
Wait, that's what happens to this?
That's what happens to
How
that.
does that
I thought
do
that
it
was
without
peanut
milk?
butter.
How does it whip like that?
Well, magic, Jenna.
Okay.
Complete magic.
What is
Dollop that right on inside of our milk.
It's whipped coffee.
And I like to top it with like my favorite crunchy stuff, like candies, pretzels.
It's really good.
Fun
I like
things
the- I
like
like the
that.
thick stuff.
You can give it a nice mix
The
in there.
thick stuff is
And we've
delicious,
got,
and
like-
we thought it was peanut butter.
We thought it was.
Okay,
Well, that'd be fun.
Now, this is not a morning cocktail, but we're going to go to the afternoon,
I like-
evening.
whatever morning you want to call it morning.
Yeah, okay.
But we love this. So we've got our favorite spirit. I'm into tequila.
Tequila, me
it
too.
makes us happy.
It sure does.
The tequila has some really bright notes that touch with the coffee. So tequila, our favorite coffee liqueur. We've got a little bit of agave. Because I use tequila, I want to use agave. It's super sticky and sweet.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then,
Your
of
coffee.
course, our good coffee.
Is this sugar? Little sugar? Or what is this?
That actually is on a pinch of salt.
Ooh.
Just a pinch of salt.
All right.
Okay.
There we go.
And now we.
Give it a shaky poo.
All right, and we're
Wait a
gonna
minute.
try these.
A little shaky.
Let's try it.
Oh, wait.
Let me put the top there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you
Yeah.
want to actually
It's gonna
shake it.
cook.
This is a strainer.
One and-
Try that, Jenna.
Just a
I think
shaky.
you'll dig
So
it.
this is an espresso
That's
martini.
yummy.
With tequila.
That is yummy.
Taking our day a little
By the
bit.
way, that's
further.
kind of
Isn't
good.
it nice?
Kind of good.
lovely.
You nailed it.
Good
To
morning.
get these coffee drink recipes, head to today.com/food.
Thank you,
So
Tiffany.
yummy.
We adore you.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Coffee.
That's what we love.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll be back.
Oh,
right
don't
after
forget
this.
that.
Oh,
You got to do it with the
beans.
thing.
Health.
By the way,
wealth, and love.
By the way, yummy. hanging out with us today.
Tomorrow, y'all, we're getting some singing lessons with this amazing woman. Her name is Cheryl Porter.
And Marcella Valladolid whips up a delicious weeknight meal.
Okay, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday!
We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know. I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing. Don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start.
When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, you know, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something. And I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up.
Kim, what to you, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail?
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas.
You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this. You know, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. You know, sometimes she would say, you never know. One day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty.
My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, all the. It's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew!
Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, this is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You have our Blue Mountain coffee.
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well, this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
When I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure we cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I make. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you'll see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harley. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything's going to be all right. Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó nấu lần này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, An Hang. A refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Anne had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Anne's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Anne married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Anne turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Anne's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Anne made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Anne still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Anne agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Mekong Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thầy thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy thì thôi, chứ mà đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy nó hy sinh cho con mình được ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you
in
cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get this CD? And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidney's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, hey, just call her and thank her for me.
When he called me, I was like, I give it to your dad, not for you. And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to it.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I feel like we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking.
For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesh's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish in that is the kitfo, or the steak tartare, when it's done right. That's probably the best dish in the world.
It's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesh's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work nonstop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
Best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual. But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings. the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, you know, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days. I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York, but now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts. Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you, here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand. When you hold it up, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong? It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look. You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox. I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now, there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon. Wow. He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out, the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of it? I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, a dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and
just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling
yeah.
it. Okay, now,
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
so I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours,
Mhm.
probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we did
same
before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chai talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie. I'll just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right off.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. And I was sitting there watching television, like felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And that's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweet Land of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these were two Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they were making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in a third of the way.
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, it's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at sweet potato comfort pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or is celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there.
Oh, the pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of sweet potato comfort pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the comfort pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good, and of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of Black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as shoe fly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the shoe fly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird in Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hardworking people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird in Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its shoe fly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
No, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, shoe fly pie.
The origins of shoe fly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial Cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into shoe fly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's shoe fly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is shoe fly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different, so it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoe fly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most shoe fly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our shoe fly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of shoe fly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a shoe fly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, shoe fly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom shoe fly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our shoe fly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are two main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
Crumbs go on top, and then this goo is down below in a layer that's about a ½ inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, give good measure. She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as Bird in Hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas-time pie. Pie today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas-time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at Petey's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Paredes, and I am the owner and head baker of Petey's Pie Company.
Petey's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, Petey's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business, and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
Petey's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nesselrode's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nesselrode pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nesselrode on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nesselrode wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Speyer.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish, seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nesselrode is one of Petey's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nesselrode pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense-inspired 1940s era and the New York diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nesselrode pie since the 1960s tried my Nesselrode pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People have been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, that we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damien, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in 79, week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the
Mine
big
has-
ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now, this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's backbreaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? How'd it biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and let nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance of more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the Blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking. Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of, and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling, and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line hundreds of people on the block in that mass. You know, cars double parked up and down the streets, and it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, you know, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding, you know.
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, you know, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of
and
street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, there's
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
right, exactly.
you're gonna come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab around like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, you want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, you want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, you know, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, you know, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, you know, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Well, look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! That natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, you know, because, you know, I grew up here, you know, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, you know, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and something crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, you know, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much, and just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So this sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Al, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother, Hyacinth, taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know. I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing, don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37, and she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something, and I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up. Kim, what to you, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas. You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry, I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know, one day it might be just me and you got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very
Enjoy.
much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty. My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, this is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You ever have Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well, this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone?
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure it cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I made. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough... Wait a minute, I noticed...
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harley. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right. Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó thằng này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, Ann Hang. A refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon, Ann working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Ann had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Ann's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới đó, này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Ann married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Ann turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Ann's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen. with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only two of us. You're gonna have to do your share. So learn to cook something.
In 1983, Ann made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên á, thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình đó thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi, thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy thì thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy nó hy sinh cho con mình được thì ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
in here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get the CD?" And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidni's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, "Hey, just call her and thank her for me."
When he called me, I was like, "I give it to your dad, not for you." And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to this.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I feel like we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking. For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidni knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidni and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish, and that is the kutfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
It's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work non-stop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to the orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
The best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City.